Welcome, dear dreamer, to Candle by the Sea. Tonight, we will wander through Aquarius, water-bearer's secret, a story of quiet currents, gentle insight, and hidden possibilities waiting to be discovered. Make yourself comfortable. Take a deep, slow breath. Feel the weight of your day melt away, and let your body sink into peace. Let your mind drift softly, carried by the story through visions of freedom, innovation, and light. If you would like more journeys that quietly guide you into calm, reflection, and restful sleep, subscribe to Candle by the Sea, and let these gentle stories become part of your evenings. Aquarius, water-bearer's secret. Part 1. The city that forgot to dream. The city rested in perfect balance, as if it had reached the exact point where nothing more was required of it. Its streets were smooth and pale, reflecting the soft glow of lanterns that never flickered. Buildings stood with quiet dignity, neither too tall nor too small, their windows glowing gently at night like rows of watchful stars. Everything worked, everything flowed, and yet something subtle had gone missing, so subtle that most no longer noticed its absence. In this city, mornings arrived without surprise. Bells chimed at the same hour each day, not loudly, but with a sound so familiar it blended into breath itself. Doors opened. Footsteps followed familiar paths. Voices exchanged kind words that had been spoken many times before. The rhythm was soothing, dependable, and endlessly repeatable. People here slept well, they ate well, they lived without fear, but they no longer dreamed, not in the way dreams once stirred the heart, not in the way that made someone pause mid-step, gazing at the sky as if it might answer a question not yet spoken. Dreams had become quiet things, organized, practical, safely contained within expectations. The kind of dreams that never asked to become more than they already were. And so the city remained unchanged, year after year, calm as still water beneath a cloudless sky. No one spoke of this stillness as a problem. There were no arguments against it, no unrest, only a faint, unnameable sense of restlessness that drifted through the air at dusk, like a breeze that could not be traced to any direction. It was during one such evening that the listener paused. They were not different in appearance from anyone else. They walked the same paths, wore the same quiet colors, and greeted neighbors with the same gentle nod. Yet within them lived a sensitivity that had not entirely fallen asleep, a soft awareness that listened beyond sound. As the lanterns brightened and the sky deepened into indigo, the listener slowed their steps. Something in the air felt altered, as though the city itself had taken a longer breath than usual. They stopped near the edge of a wide square where a fountain stood. The fountain had not flowed for as long as anyone could remember. It was not broken. It simply rested. A smooth basin of pale stone, polished by time, reflecting the sky without disturbing it. Children sometimes sat along its edge, dipping their fingers into the cool emptiness, asking questions their parents smiled at but never answered. Why is there no water? There used to be, the elders would say kindly, but it is no longer needed. The listener stood beside the fountain now, gazing into its still surface. The sky stared back, perfectly mirrored. Stars without movement, clouds without drift. And then something stirred, not in the water, but within the listener themselves. A thought rose gently, uninvited, like a tide responding to a distant moon. What if stillness is not the same as peace? The thought did not demand an answer. It merely existed, warm and luminous, sending a faint ripple through the listener's chest. They placed a hand over their heart, surprised by the feeling, not discomfort, not sadness, but a quiet curiosity. Around them, the city continued as always. Footsteps passed. Soft laughter echoed briefly and faded. Windows closed one by one as night settled into its familiar shape. Yet the listener remained, feeling as though something unseen had brushed past them, leaving behind the memory of motion. That night, sleep came easily, but differently. The listener dreamed of water, not rushing water nor storm-tossed waves, but a slow, deliberate flow that moved without urgency. It shimmered with light, reflecting images that were not quite places and not quite thoughts. Within it drifted ideas like glowing leaves, each one unfolding into a possibility before dissolving back into the current. And somewhere within that flow, a figure walked. They carried a vessel at their side, a simple shape, neither ornate nor plain, filled with something brighter than water, softer than fire. As they walked, the current bent gently toward them, as if listening. The listener tried to call out, but their voice felt unnecessary. The figure turned anyway, meeting them with eyes that held no reflection, only depth. When the listener awoke, dawn was just beginning to pale the sky. The dream lingered, not as an image, but as a sensation, like waking with the memory of music still humming through the bones. The listener sat up slowly, breathing in the quiet of the room, noticing how the light entered through the window at a slightly different angle than the day before. Nothing had changed, and yet everything felt subtly more open. Throughout the day, small things began to catch the listener's attention. The way shadows shifted along the walls, the sound of wind moving through narrow streets, carrying whispers that felt almost like language. The expressions on faces, kind, calm, and yet distant, as if turned slightly inward. At midday, while crossing a bridge that spanned a narrow, dry channel once known as a river, the listener paused again. Below, the riverbed lay smooth and pale, shaped by water long gone. Along its edges, stones rested where currents had once guided them, now frozen in arrangements that felt unfinished. A warmth stirred behind the listener's eyes. Not sorrow, recognition. They closed their eyes just for a moment and listened. Beneath the sounds of the city, footsteps, voices, bells, there was something else. A deeper rhythm, slow and patient, like breath held for centuries. And within that rhythm, a whisper. Flow does not disappear, it waits. The listener opened their eyes. At the far end of the bridge, someone stood who had not been there before. They were dressed simply, in colors that shifted subtly with the light, neither bright nor dull. Their posture was relaxed, yet alert, as if they were listening not only to the world, but to the spaces between it. At their side hung a vessel. The listener's heart quickened, not with fear, but with a gentle certainty that this moment had already begun long before they arrived here. The figure did not approach. They did not gesture or speak. They merely waited as one waits for a tide to turn. Around them, the city continued undisturbed. Others crossed the bridge without noticing the figure at all, their gazes passing through them as if through air. A quiet understanding settled within the listener. This presence was not meant for everyone, only for those who still listened. The listener took a step forward. With that step, the air seemed to shift, just slightly like a door opening somewhere unseen. The hum beneath the city grew clearer, threading through the listener's breath, their thoughts, their steady heartbeat. The figure inclined their head, acknowledging the movement without urgency. "You feel it too," they said softly. Their voice carried no echo, yet it seemed to reach far beyond the space between them. The listener nodded, unsure how else to respond. "What is it?" they asked, their voice barely above a whisper. The figure glanced toward the dry riverbed below the bridge, then back to the listener. A faint smile touched their lips, not of amusement, but of quiet recognition. "It is the pause before change," they replied. "The moment when stillness realizes it has lasted long enough." The listener followed their gaze, looking once more at the pale stones below. "I thought the city was at peace," the listener said. "It is," the figure answered gently. "But peace is not meant to become a cage." They lifted the vessel slightly, and for just an instant, light spilled over its rim, not blinding, not sharp, but soft and alive, like dawn caught in glass. The listener felt the light brush against them, not touching skin, but thought. Ideas stirred unfinished, unformed, yet warm with possibility. "What is that?" the listener asked. The figure's eyes returned to the listener, calm and unguarded. "It is what flows when water no longer can," they said. "Vision, memory, the future remembering itself." The listener felt no urge to step back. Instead, they felt an unexpected ease, as though something within them had recognized its own reflection. "Why me?" they asked. The figure's smile deepened, just slightly. "Because you stopped," they replied. "Because you listened. Because you wondered whether stillness and peace were the same." They turned then, beginning to walk toward the far end of the bridge. As they moved, the air seemed to follow, bending gently around their steps. "Come," they said, not as a command, but an invitation. There are currents beneath this city you have not yet seen. The listener hesitated only long enough to take one steady breath. Then they followed. As they stepped forward, the hum beneath the city grew clearer still, like water finding its way through stone. Somewhere, unseen by those who did not listen, something ancient and patient began to stir. And far above, the stars shimmered, not brighter than before, but with a subtle sense of anticipation, as if they too were leaning closer, waiting to see what would flow once more. The city slept on, unaware, but the dream had begun. Part 2. The one who walks between currents. They left the bridge without turning back. The city did not resist their departure. It did not close doors or darken pathways. It simply allowed them to pass, as it allowed all things quietly, without question. The streets grew narrower as they walked, lantern light thinning into softer glows, until even the familiar rhythm of footsteps seemed to fade behind them. The listener noticed that the hum beneath the city, once faint and distant, now moved closer, threading through the air like a low, steady breath. It did not overwhelm. It soothed. Each step felt guided not by direction, but by alignment, as if the ground itself recognized the rhythm of their walking. Beside them, the figure with the vessel moved with effortless grace. They did not hurry. They did not pause. Their steps seemed to occur exactly when they were meant to, falling into the spaces between moments. The vessel at their side swayed gently, catching glimmers of light that did not come from lanterns or stars. The listener glanced at it again, drawn by its quiet radiance. "What do you carry?" they asked. The figure's gaze remained forward, attentive to something beyond sight. "What is given when words are no longer enough?" they replied. "What flows when walls grow too thick for water?" They turned slightly, meeting the listener's eyes. "I carry what refuses to be contained." They passed beneath an archway the listener had never noticed before, an old stone curve softened by time, etched with symbols that seemed to shift when looked at directly. As they crossed beneath it, the air changed. The city sounds dimmed, not vanishing, but receding like waves drawing back from shore. In their place came a wider silence, spacious and alive, filled with distant echoes that felt almost like memory. The listener felt lighter here, as though gravity had loosened its hold. Thoughts drifted more freely, untethered from habit. They became aware of how often, in the city, their mind had followed the same familiar paths, safe, predictable, unchallenged. Here the paths were open. "Where are we?" the listener asked. The figure slowed, then stopped beside a broad, pale expanse that shimmered faintly beneath the moonlight. It looked like water at first glance, but when the listener stepped closer, they saw it held no reflection. Instead, it held movement. Ideas drifted beneath its surface like currents of light. Shapes formed and dissolved, visions of bridges not yet built, songs not yet sung, questions not yet asked. The surface rippled in response to awareness, not touch. "This is a crossing," the figure said. "One of many." "A crossing to where?" "To understanding," they replied. "And beyond that, to freedom." The listener considered the word. Freedom. It had been spoken often in the city, usually as something already achieved, a state of comfort, a lack of threat. But standing here, the word felt different. "What is freedom to you?" the listener asked. The figure regarded them thoughtfully, as though appreciating the question itself. "Freedom is not the absence of structure," they said at last, "nor is it rebellion against form. Freedom is movement without resistance." They gestured toward the shimmering expanse. "Water is free not because it escapes the riverbed, but because it flows within it. When resistance grows too great, water finds another path, not in anger, not in defiance, simply because movement is its nature." The listener watched the currents shift, feeling the truth of the words settle gently within them. "And innovation," they asked, "is that freedom too?" The figure smiled softly, knowingly. "Innovation is listening deeply enough to hear what has not yet been spoken." They stepped closer to the edge of the crossing, lifting the vessel. As they tilted it slightly, light poured forth, not spilling, but streaming in delicate arcs that touched the surface below. Wherever the light met the currents, new patterns formed, unexpected connections, gentle divergences, luminous pathways. "These are not inventions," the figure continued. "They are recognitions, the future remembering itself through those willing to listen." The listener felt a warmth spread through their chest, a quiet excitement tempered by calm. They realized then that nothing here demanded urgency. Change did not rush. It unfolded. "Why doesn't everyone see this?" the listener asked softly. "Because seeing requires space," the figure replied. "And most fill their inner world with noise, even when the outer world is quiet." They straightened, lowering the vessel. "Come, there is more to show you." They walked along the edge of the crossing until the ground beneath their feet became translucent, revealing slow-moving currents below. The listener gasped softly, not in fear, but wonder. Beneath them flowed countless streams of thought, memory, and intention, weaving together like constellations in motion. Some glowed brightly, pulsing with energy. Others moved slowly, almost asleep. These currents pass through every city, every mind, the figure said. They connect you to those you have never met, to times you have never known. The listener knelt, placing a hand against the ground. At once, images flickered, people pausing mid-task, with sudden insight, artists waking with melodies in their minds, quiet individuals choosing compassion where none was expected. They feel gentle, the listener murmured. They must be, the figure replied. Force fractures, gentleness carries. They resumed walking, the currents beneath shifting as though responding to their presence. The listener felt no danger, only an expanding sense of belonging, as if they were stepping into a larger rhythm that had always been there, waiting. After some time, the figure stopped again. "Tell me," they said, turning fully toward the listener now, "what do you fear most about change?" The question landed softly, yet with weight. The listener considered. Images surfaced: loss of familiarity, the discomfort of uncertainty, the possibility of standing alone. They breathed slowly, allowing honesty to rise. "I fear losing what keeps me grounded," they admitted. "I fear drifting too far." The figure nodded, as though they had expected this answer. "Detachment is often misunderstood," they said. "It is not distance, it is clarity. To hold lightly does not mean to abandon. It means to allow movement without clinging." They placed a hand over their own heart. "I walk between currents because I belong to none exclusively, and so I can serve all." The listener felt the words resonate deeply. They thought of the city, the routines, the stillness, the comfort. Perhaps it had not forgotten how to dream. Perhaps it had simply grown afraid of drifting. "What is your name?" the listener asked. The figure paused. "Names define edges," they said gently. "And edges are not where I reside." They met the listener's gaze with calm warmth. "You may call me the water bearer." The title felt less like a name and more like a role one assumed, not owned. "And you?" the water bearer asked. The listener hesitated. They had never felt attached to a name here. It had always seemed sufficient, nothing more. "I don't know," they said softly. The water bearer smiled. "Then you are perfectly placed." They continued onward, passing into a region where the currents rose higher, forming arching streams of light that drifted overhead like slow-moving auroras. The air shimmered with quiet energy, and the listener felt their thoughts loosening, becoming more fluid. Memories surfaced not as events, but as sensations. Moments when they had wondered what if, only to set the thought aside. Times when a different path had whispered, then faded. The water bearers spoke again, their voice blending with the hum. "Freedom does not demand that you abandon your world," they said. "It invites you to reimagine it." They lifted the vessel once more, letting a single thread of light spill forth. It drifted toward the listener, hovering before them like a breath held in glass. "Touch it," the water bearer said. The listener reached out. The light dissolved into warmth as it met their hand, spreading upward along their arm, settling behind their eyes. Images unfolded, streets reshaped not by destruction, but by curiosity, fountains flowing again, not with water, but with shared ideas, people pausing, listening, allowing themselves to wonder. The listener's breath caught, not from intensity, but from recognition. "This is possible," they whispered. "It always has been," the water bearer replied. "Possibility does not disappear. It waits for permission." The light faded, leaving behind a gentle glow that lingered within the listener's chest. They stood together in silence for a while, watching the currents move. Finally, the water bearer turned back toward the city, visible now in the distance, calm, orderly, unchanged. For now, they said, you will return. The listener's heart tightened slightly. And you? I remain, the water bearer answered, between currents, until I am needed again. They began to walk back the way they had come. As they moved, the shimmering world softened, gradually giving way to stone and lantern light. The hum receded, becoming once more a quiet undercurrent. At the archway, the water bearer paused. Remember, they said, meeting the listener's gaze one last time. Innovation does not arrive with noise. Freedom does not shout. Vision illuminates gently, like a candle beside the sea. Then they stepped back. The archway shimmered, and the water bearer was gone. The listener stood alone beneath the familiar lanterns, the city resuming its gentle rhythm around them. Nothing appeared different. No one stopped. No one stared. And yet, as the listener placed a hand over their heart, they felt it, the steady flow beneath stillness, patient and awake. They began walking home, carrying with them the quiet knowledge that change had already begun, not in the city, but within. Part 3. Rivers that flow through the mind. The listener did not sleep that night in the way they once had. They rested, yes, their bodies sinking gently into stillness, but their awareness moved differently now, drifting like a leaf carried by a current too soft to be felt, yet too steady to be denied. When dreams arrived, they did not unfold as stories. They arrived as passages. The listener found themselves standing once more at the edge of the dry riverbed, beneath the bridge, moonlight spreading across pale stone like quiet breath. The city slept above, unchanged and unaware. Yet beneath the surface, beneath stone, beneath habit, something was moving. The ground shimmered, not with light alone, but with motion. The listener knelt, placing their palm against the stone as they had before. This time, the sensation was immediate. The surface softened, becoming translucent, and the riverbed opened like a veil lifting from water. Below flowed a river, unlike any the listener had known. It was not made of water. It was made of thought. Currents of pale light streamed past one another, weaving, diverging, converging again. Some flowed swiftly, bright and eager. Others moved slowly, deep and deliberate, carrying weight and memory. Images surfaced within them, ideas half-formed, emotions unspoken, questions carried across generations. The listener inhaled sharply, not from fear, but from recognition. This was the hum they had sensed beneath the city, now revealed in full. A presence stirred beside them. You are beginning to see, said the water bearer's voice, calm as ever. The listener turned. The water bearer stood at the river's edge, vessel resting against their side, their form outlined softly by the glow below. These rivers, the listener whispered, they're everywhere. Yes, the water bearer replied. They flow through every mind, every place where awareness has ever paused to listen. They gestured toward the currents. This is where innovation is born, not from force, but from connection. The listener watched as two streams met, their lights intertwining briefly before reshaping into something new, a pattern neither had carried alone. "Is this the future?" the listener asked. The water bearer smiled. "It is one version. The future is not a destination. It is a conversation." They stepped forward, and the listener followed without hesitation. The stone beneath their feet faded, replaced by a surface that felt solid yet responsive, as though it adjusted itself to their presence. They were walking upon the river now, supported by currents that recognized intention rather than weight. As they moved, the listener felt their thoughts loosening, becoming less linear. Memories surfaced not in sequence, but in resonance, moments connected by feeling rather than time. They saw a person centuries ago pausing beside a fire, imagining a tool not yet shaped. Another standing at a shoreline, wondering if the stars might guide a journey. A quiet child staring out a window, sensing a world larger than the one named for them. "These moments," the listener murmured, "they're familiar." "They live within you," the water bearer said, "as they live within all." They walked deeper into the river, where the currents rose higher, forming gentle arcs overhead. The light here was softer, more diffuse, as though filtered through layers of understanding. "Why do some currents feel heavier?" the listener asked, noticing darker streams moving slowly along the edges. "Those carry fear," the water bearer replied, "and memory bound too tightly to pain. They are not wrong. They simply move more slowly." The listener watched as a brighter stream brushed against one of the darker currents. There was no collision, no struggle. Slowly, subtly, the darker current lightened, its movement easing. "Change does not erase," the water bearer continued. "It integrates." They stopped at a place where the river widened into a vast expanse, currents spreading in all directions like a sky turned inside out. "Here," the water bearer said softly, "is the collective." The listener felt it immediately, a vast presence not pressing in, but opening outward. Countless minds, countless lives, connected not by sameness, but by shared participation in becoming. They felt joy not their own, sorrow not their own, hope that had waited patiently through ages of silence. Tears gathered at the listener's eyes, though their chest felt light. "It's beautiful," they breathed. "It is," the water bearer agreed, "and fragile, not because it can be broken, but because it must be chosen." The listener looked at the currents flowing endlessly onward. "Why doesn't the city feel this?" The water bearer's gaze softened. "Because stillness, when misunderstood, can become sleep, and sleep forgets how to listen." They lifted the vessel. "This is why I carry," they said, "not to awaken all at once, but to offer moments of remembering." They tilted the vessel slightly, and threads of light spilled forth, drifting into the collective river. Wherever they touched, the currents brightened, patterns shifting gently. The listener felt the movement ripple through them, as well ideas stirring, connections forming where none had existed before. They saw the city again, not as it was, but as it could be. People pausing mid-routine, feeling an unexplainable sense of openness. Conversations deepening without effort. New paths forming not from dissatisfaction, but from curiosity. Is this what innovation truly is? The listener asked. Yes, the water bearer replied. Not disruption, but alignment. They lowered the vessel and turned toward the listener. You are learning to walk these rivers now, to feel without needing to control. The listener hesitated. But what if I lose myself here? The water bearer regarded them thoughtfully. You cannot lose what you do not cling to. They placed a hand over the listener's heart. The touch was warm, grounding. Identity is a current too, they said. It moves. It reshapes. It does not vanish unless you attempt to freeze it. The listener exhaled, tension dissolving they had not realized they carried. They walked again, passing through regions where the currents sang softly, not in sound, but in vibration. The listener sensed that each frequency carried meaning, though no words formed. What are they saying? The listener asked. They are not saying, the water bearer replied. They are being. They stopped at a place where the currents narrowed, funneling into a single luminous stream that stretched far into the distance. This river, the water bearer said, flows through you. The listener stared. Through me. Yes, through your questions, your pauses, your willingness to feel beyond certainty. They gestured toward the city, faint now, but still present. You are a conduit, as are many. Most do not know it. The listener felt the truth of this settle gently, like a stone finding its place. Will I be asked to change everything? They asked. The water bearer smiled. No, only to allow change to pass through you. They lifted the vessel once more, but this time did not pour. Instead, they offered it to the listener. The listener's breath caught. I can't carry that. You already are, the water bearer said softly. This is only recognition. The listener reached out, fingertips brushing the vessel's surface. It was warm, humming faintly, as if alive. The moment they touched it, the river responded. Currents surged gently, light intensifying, then settling into a new equilibrium. The listener felt no burden, only clarity. A sense of being precisely where they were meant to be, without needing to know what came next. I don't know what to do, the listener admitted. The water bearer's voice was kind. Then you are listening correctly. They withdrew the vessel, returning it to their side. There will come a time, they continued, when you will be asked to pour. Not dramatically, not publicly. Perhaps you will speak a thought you once kept quiet. Perhaps you will choose a path others have not considered. Perhaps you will simply remain open when others close. They began walking back toward the narrowing currents. For now, the water bearer said, you will return again. listener followed, feeling the river gradually soften beneath their feet, the currents receding into memory rather than presence. As they neared the edge of the riverbed, the listener felt a subtle resistance, not from fear, but from attachment. A part of them wished to remain. The water-bearer paused. "You are not leaving this place," they said gently. "You are carrying it with you." They stepped back, allowing the listener to stand once more upon stone. The riverbed solidified, pale and still, yet no longer empty. The listener looked up. The city slept above, lanterns glowing softly, unchanged. And yet, beneath their feet, beneath every step, rivers flowed. When the listener awoke, dawn light filled the room. The dream lingered not as image, but as knowing. They rose slowly, moving through the familiar streets with new awareness. Each face they passed carried unseen currents. Each moment held possibility. At the fountain in the square, the listener paused. The basin was still dry, yet for just an instant, they thought they saw a shimmer across its surface, like light remembering how to move. They smiled softly and continued on, carrying within them the rivers that flow through the mind, patient and awake, waiting for the moment when stillness would choose to listen again. Part 4. The Quiet Rebellion of Light. The change did not arrive like a storm. It came the way dawn does, without announcement, without insistence, sliding gently between night and morning. Until, suddenly, the world realized it had been awake all along. The listener noticed it first in the pauses. Moments that once passed unnoticed now seemed to linger, as if time itself had learned to breathe. A pause before a word was spoken. A pause before a door was opened. A pause before a thought settled into certainty. In those pauses, something new had space to arrive. The city continued its routines. Bells rang. Doors opened. Lanterns dimmed at dawn and warmed again at dusk. On the surface, nothing had changed. And yet, the listener sensed a subtle loosening, as if invisible knots were gently untying themselves beneath stone and habit. They walked the streets with quiet awareness, feeling the rivers beneath each step. The currents did not demand action. They simply flowed, patient and attentive, responding to openness rather than effort. The listener began to understand what the water-bearer had meant. True change did not shout. It illuminated. At the marketplace, a place once filled with orderly exchanges and predictable conversations, the listener paused. Voices drifted past, friendly, familiar, but within them shimmered new tones. A vendor hesitated before answering a question, then offered a different suggestion than usual. A customer smiled, surprised not by the offer itself, but by the feeling of being truly considered. The listener felt the light stir. It moved not from them outward, but through them, like breath passing through open lungs. They did not direct it. They allowed it, and the currents responded. Elsewhere, in a quiet courtyard, an elder sat beside a child, listening to a question that once might have been dismissed. This time, the elder did not rush to answer. They sat with the question instead, letting it unfold between them. In a workshop near the riverbed, someone set aside a familiar tool, reaching for another, not because the old one failed, but because a new possibility had quietly presented itself. None of these moments felt revolutionary, and yet together they formed a pattern. The listener felt it most clearly one evening as they stood once more beside the dry fountain in the square. Lantern light rippled softly across its pale basin. The sky above was calm, stars steady and distant. They placed their hand over their heart, feeling the gentle hum within. "Is this it?" they whispered, not to anyone in particular. "Is this how it begins?" The answer arrived not as a voice, but as a presence. The water bearer stood across the square, partially veiled by shadow and light. They had not approached. They had not announced themselves. They were simply there. The listener did not rush forward. They had learned that some moments deepen when allowed to unfold slowly. The water bearer inclined their head, a quiet acknowledgement, then gestured subtly toward the fountain. "Watch," they said. The listener turned back toward the basin. At first, nothing happened. Then a shimmer, so faint it could have been mistaken for reflection. A soft ripple moved across the stone. Light gathered, not pouring in, but emerging from within, as if the fountain itself remembered something it had once been. The listener held their breath. The light did not rise. It did not spill over. It simply glowed, steady, calm, present. Around the square, people continued walking. Most did not notice. A few slowed unconsciously, their steps softening, their expressions briefly distant. One child stopped, tilting their head. "Do you see that?" they asked a parent. The parent followed the child's gaze, frowned slightly, then smiled. "See what?" The child looked again. The shimmer had faded. "I don't know," they said. "It just felt different." The water bearer stepped closer now, their voice low and gentle. "This is the quiet rebellion," they said. "Light that does not confront darkness, but renders it unnecessary." The listener nodded slowly. "I thought rebellion meant resistance," they said. "Only when fear leads," the water bearer replied. "When clarity leads, rebellion becomes release." They turned, beginning to walk, and the listener followed. They moved through the city, past streets both familiar and newly alive, with subtle variation. The listener sensed the currents responding not to the water bearer's presence alone, but to countless small moments of openness, each one a thread of light weaving into a larger pattern. "This light," the listener said, "it feels shared." "Yes," the water bearer answered. "It cannot be owned. It does not belong to a single bearer." They stopped near the edge of the old riverbed. Moonlight traced its pale stones, and beneath them, unseen but unmistakable, the rivers of thought flowed on. "Tell me," the water bearer said softly, What do you think freedom looks like now? The listener considered. Once, freedom had felt like escape. Leaving the city, breaking routines, becoming something entirely different. Now, it felt like something else. It feels like choice, the listener said slowly. But not the loud kind. The kind that happens quietly before anyone else notices. The water bearer smiled. Freedom is not the absence of structure, they said. It is the presence of awareness within it. They stepped closer to the riverbed, placing the vessel gently upon the stone. It glowed softly, responding to the currents below. There is something you must understand, the water bearer continued. Light does not need permission to exist, but it does require willingness to be carried. The listener felt a subtle tightening within their chest, not fear, but responsibility. I don't know if I'm ready, they said honestly. The water bearer met their gaze, eyes calm and unburdened. Readiness is not certainty, they replied. It is presence. They lifted the vessel once more, then did something unexpected. They did not pour. Instead, they held it still, allowing its light to shine outward soft, even unwavering. The listener felt the resonance deepen. The light reached not outward into the city, but inward, touching doubts, questions, unspoken hopes. I won't tell you what to do, the water bearer said. That would bind the light to form. Instead, I will ask you one thing. They waited, allowing silence to widen. When the moment comes, they continued, will you remain open, even if no one notices? The listener's answer rose without effort. Yes. The word felt light, unforced, true. The water bearer inclined their head once more. Then the light already moves through you. They stepped back, retreating toward the edge of perception. The listener sensed the moment thinning, like mist before morning. Will I see you again? The listener asked. The water bearer's voice drifted gently through the space between them. You will feel me, they said, whenever you choose curiosity over certainty, compassion over control, possibility over fear. And then they were gone. The city remained. The listener stood alone beside the riverbed, the vessel's glow now a memory, but not an absence. The hum beneath the ground felt stronger, clearer, more responsive. In the days that followed, the quiet rebellion continued. It appeared in choices no one applauded, in conversations where listening replaced convincing, in moments where someone allowed a question to remain unanswered, and discovered that the question itself opened a door. The listener noticed that people began pausing more often, not stopping, just pausing, as if something within them had learned to wait for its own deeper rhythm. At the fountain, the shimmer returned from time to time, never long enough to be proven, always long enough to be felt. And beneath the city, the rivers flowed on threads of light, weaving through stone and thought, reshaping the world not through force, but through invitation. One evening, as the listener watched lanterns reflect softly across the square, they realized something that made them smile. The rebellion did not belong to the light. It belonged to those willing to let it pass through them. The listener breathed deeply, feeling the steady calm of the city, now subtly infused with motion. Stillness had not been broken. It had been awakened, and somewhere beyond sight, beyond name, the water-bearer walked on between currents, patient and free, knowing that the light no longer needed to be carried alone. Part 5. Illuminating the Path. The city awoke one morning with no fanfare. Lanterns glowed faintly, streets held their usual rhythms, and the hum beneath the stone remained as subtle as ever. Yet something had shifted. It was not immediately visible, not loud or striking, but present in the spaces between steps, the pauses between words, and the quiet breaths drawn before decisions. The listener felt it first in themselves. A lightness, almost imperceptible, moved through their chest. They sensed the currents beneath the city, more vivid now, intertwining and stretching further than before. The rivers of thought, the streams that carried possibility and memory, flowed more freely, responding to the openness that had been quietly nurtured. They walked through familiar streets and noticed things differently. A vendor in the marketplace arranged goods in a pattern they had never used, not by routine, but by instinct. A child paused mid-step to watch the sway of leaves, their eyes bright with curiosity. An elder, once set in habit, allowed a question to linger without answering, creating a space for reflection. The listener smiled, recognizing the first signs of illumination. For weeks, they had carried the lessons of the water-bearer with them. Freedom exists in quiet choice. Innovation arrives through gentle attention, and light flows not by demand, but by presence. Each encounter, each observation, confirmed what they had begun to understand. The currents beneath the city were alive, and they were participants in their flow. That afternoon, the listener returned to the dry fountain in the square, now familiar as a threshold to the unseen. They traced the stone with a finger, sensing a faint vibration, a whisper of movement beneath the surface. For a moment, they imagined the water-bearer appearing again, vessel in hand, ready to guide them through the mysteries of currents and light. And perhaps that was unnecessary. The fountain shimmered gently on its own. The light rose from within, delicate and calm, reflecting the sun's angle in a way that seemed deliberate rather than accidental. The glow did not spill or flood. It invited. It encouraged. It revealed that illumination is not a gift from one source alone. It is recognition that has been nurtured, carried forward, and allowed to expand. The listener sat beside the basin, eyes closed, feeling the hum beneath their palms. They realized then that the city itself was not inert, nor was it lost. It had only been waiting for a consciousness, willing to notice the currents already flowing within it. They felt an alignment between the inner rivers and the outer world, each reinforcing the other. In that quiet, a thought emerged, clear, luminous. What if I am the conduit for more than myself? What if the currents can reach others in ways I cannot yet see? The answer did not come as direction. It came as sensation, the warmth beneath the listener's hands, the soft vibration along the soles of their feet, the pulse of life threaded through stone, air, and thought. Possibility had arrived, and it was patient. That evening, the listener walked the streets with newfound awareness. Every ordinary detail now held subtle significance. A street lamp's glow revealed patterns in the pavement that mirrored currents of light beneath. Voices, once background, carried tonal variations that hinted at unseen questions and ideas. Even silence felt alive, textured with potential. At the city's edge, they paused at the bridge overlooking the dry riverbed. Moonlight reflected softly across the pale stones, and beneath them, the unseen currents moved steadily onward. The listener breathed deeply, feeling a harmony that had been absent before, the sense that change need not arrive as upheaval, but as gentle reorganization, a quiet evolution. And there, waiting as they had anticipated, appeared the water bearer. "You have learned to see," they said softly, the vessel at their side shimmering faintly in response to the moonlight. The listener inclined their head, words unnecessary. "The currents," the water bearer continued, "do not move because I guide them. They move because someone has chosen to notice them." The listener considered this, feeling the truth settle within their chest. "They are alive," they said, "and I can feel them." "Yes," the water bearer replied, "and they will reach farther now than they could before." They gestured toward the riverbed, now illuminated by the soft reflection of the city's lanterns. "You will begin to pour," the water bearer said, "not in a way that commands, not in a way that shouts, but in a way that allows, in a way that encourages recognition." The listener hesitated, feeling the weight of the responsibility, not burden, but awareness. "How do I know I am ready?" they asked. The water bearer's gaze was steady, patient. "Readiness is not certainty," they said. "It is attention, presence, and willingness to act in accordance with the currents you perceive." The vessel glowed faintly in their hands, and the listener saw within it not water, not liquid light, but possibility itself, ready to flow wherever choice allowed. They extended their hands slowly, feeling the warmth of the vessel as it aligned with the rhythm of their heart. Light flowed gently outward, not spilling, not overwhelming, but threading through the currents beneath the city. It reached unnoticed corners, brushed the edges of thought, and stirred dormant possibilities in subtle, yet profound ways. The listener exhaled, sensing the network of life, ideas, and memory respond. Each spark of recognition formed patterns that had never existed before, new arrangements, new bridges, new paths that were unforced, yet undeniable. "You see now," the water bearer said, "that illumination does not erase what was. It integrates, transforms, and multiplies." The listener nodded. "It doesn't feel like power," they admitted. "It feels patient, persistent, gentle. Exactly, the water bearer agreed. True influence is not coercion, it is alignment. For hours, they walked together through the city, the light from the vessel moving subtly, brushing against unseen currents. People passed them, unaware, yet touched. A baker paused mid-step, adjusting a recipe on impulse. A child, curious, drew shapes in the dust of a courtyard, shapes that mirrored the currents below. A musician hummed a tune different from any he had sung before, unaware where the melody came from. None of these moments were loud. None were dramatic. They were instead precise, intentional, and quiet. By dawn, the city had shifted imperceptibly. The routines remained, but in their stead was an openness, a subtle flexibility that had not existed before. The currents beneath hummed stronger now, more synchronized, like a river that had found multiple channels, yet maintained its direction. The listener finally paused at the edge of the dry fountain, placing their hand on its surface once more. The vessel of the water bearer glowed faintly at their side, responsive to the resonance they had created together. "Have I done enough?" the listener asked quietly, though they knew the answer was not simple. "You have begun," the water bearer said. "Enough is not the measure. Motion is." They looked at the listener, eyes gentle. "And you will continue. Always, until the currents choose to guide others as they have guided you." The listener felt a warmth spread through them, not from pride, but from clarity. The city was no longer inert. Its people moved within new possibilities, subtle and luminous, like stars threaded into the fabric of night. "And the currents," the listener asked, "will they ever end?" The water bearer shook their head. "Currents do not end. They converge, diverge, and flow onward. Always, it is our awareness that determines their path." They placed the vessel once more beside the listener, its glow soft but insistent. "You have carried well," they said. "And now, the world will carry itself a little differently because you chose to notice." The listener closed their eyes for a moment, feeling the presence of light ripple through the city. The currents were alive, moving silently, bringing awareness where previously there had been only routine. Every step, every pause, every glance carried possibility. When they opened their eyes, the water bearer was gone, leaving only the faint trace of shimmer across the stone. The listener stood alone, but not lonely. They sensed that presence everywhere within themselves, beneath their feet, and woven through the city like invisible threads of light. In the days that followed, the quiet illumination continued to spread. The fountain flowed once more, not with water, but with reflection. People paused in ways they had not before, noticing the shimmer of possibility in the ordinary. Conversations deepened, not through insistence, but through listening. Ideas took form without demanding attention, guiding those willing to notice into new pathways. The listener continued to walk, hand occasionally brushing the currents beneath, feeling the hum as it threaded through stone and thought. The city had not changed all at once. It had changed slowly, precisely, persistently. It had learned to dream again, not in chaos, but in alignment. And somewhere beyond sight, beyond name, the water bearer moved quietly through other cities, other currents, patient, observant, carrying the same vessel of light, waiting for those willing to notice. The listener realized at last the full measure of their role, not to command, not to shape, not to disrupt, but to illuminate, to recognize, to allow the natural flow of possibility to be seen and felt. The currents themselves carried the rest. As night fell and lanterns glowed across the city, the listener returned to the square, placing their hand once more upon the fountain's surface. The light shimmered gently beneath their fingers, and a feeling of deep calm spread through them. The city slept, but in its dreams, it had begun to awaken. Its people would continue their routines, but with openness threaded into the fabric of their days. The currents beneath stone and thought would continue to flow, moving ideas, memories, and possibilities in quiet, persistent motion. And the listener, once a mere observer, now a participant, smiled softly. For the first time in the city's long stillness, the future seemed alive and no longer distant. Light had been carried, possibility had been recognized, the currents flowed, and the world, patient and observant, began to notice. The currents beneath the city, and within your own awareness, continue to flow soft, patient, and full of possibility. Remember, small moments of curiosity, openness, and gentle observation can illuminate paths you may never have imagined. If this story brought a touch of calm, wonder, or insight to your evening, subscribe to Candle by the Sea. Each story is a quiet invitation to pause, reflect, and dream. Good night, dear dreamer. May your sleep be gentle and your dreams full of light.